De virker i hvert fald, der står ikke noget. Jeg tror 2 timer i.
Good morning, everybody. I'm looking very much forward to hosting my colleagues for this informal ministerial meeting in Copenhagen, which I consider being one of the most important events during our presidency. Many items on the agenda, but two of them the most important, Ukraine and Gaza. Regarding Ukraine, we need to build up even bigger pressure on Putin. I think it's quite obvious that is just dragging the time, trying to buy time and divert their attention from his continued attacks on civilians and infrastructure, and most recently also EU representation in Kiev. So even though this is an informal meeting, we need to discuss how we can agree on a 19th sanction package as quickly as possible. The discussion, which also took place yesterday about security guarantees and European readiness to stand up for Ukraine after hopefully a ceasefire is agreed, military support. The Danish position is very, very strong, and I think we have a moral upper hand to convey this discussion. We welcome any diplomatic effort in order to solve the situation and bring an end to the war, but we need to bring Ukraine in a position of strength, and therefore we need to further pressure Putin. Regarding Gaza, we are witnessing the most catastrophic humanitarian catastrophe. We have long been arguing that Israel should change its course, and we will do our utmost to find common ground. I don't think I reveal any secret by saying that there are nuances between the 27 countries in Europe. Our position is that we now must change words into action. Denmark is ready to suspend the trade chapter in the association agreement. We're also ready to put sanctions on some of the ministers in Netanyahu's government. We would be ready to put a ban on export from the settlements. For that, we need consensus, which is probably not achievable. But then we should try to find other innovative solutions. We could put tariff on these goods, for instance. This is the two, I would say, major issues on the agenda of today.
About the use of Russian frozen assets as part of the next sanctions package.
Yeah, we will have that discussion, and we welcome that discussion. It's not easy. I know there are different positions, and I think we should avoid a situation where people could hide between this discussion, because I do not foresee that this discussion about the frozen asset could be agreed very quickly. So we shouldn't await that. We need to step up. Denmark have decided to participate in this new American tool where we buy equipment in the US and donate that to Ukraine, and we will very much ask other countries to follow that path.
Gavin, you spoke about a lack of consensus. How frustrated are you that you can't seem to put more pressure on Israel?
Well, I'm frustrated, and people are frustrated. You can hear the people in the background. We need to, change our words from just words to action. And I think, being the presidency, it is our role to act as a common broker. Our position is tough, and we consider Israel a friend, and the Israeli people a friend. But we have an issue with the current government, and we also realize there's the discussion within Israel. So we need to do something. And if we can't, for instance, put a ban on the export from the settlements, for that we need consensus. We could put tariff on those goods by qualified majority. And this is our position. Therefore, I also welcome that, apart from these two items or issues, Ukraine and Israel-Gaza, we will also have a more principled discussion about our working method. We have a constitutional problem in Europe. The slowest ship in the convoy decides the speed. And we should find ways where what is the majority position in Europe would find its way. So I think we should explore innovative solutions to fulfill our goals, so to speak.
What kind of sanctions are feasible against Russia?
Against?
What kind of sanctions are feasible against Russia?
The toughest possible sanctions. I think we should look at the whole spectrum oil, financial sector, the shadow fleet circumventions. We just passed the 18th sanctions package most recently, and it has an impact. The Russian economy is not doing well, so we definitely need to do more. And speed is also important here. I think Europe have done all the right things since this full-scale invasion, but you could argue that we have done it a little too late. I mean, so I think speed is also of importance here, and that's why, even though this is an informal meeting, we should be as concrete as possible. And I think this setting is an ideal one, this informal setting with our speaking notes and honest talks, and we need an honest talk among ourselves, because we have to move from, speeches, we stand with Ukraine as long as it takes and stuff like that, and turn things into real actions. And I think we are in a good position for facilitating that discussions. We are foreseeing new Ukrainian investments in Denmark. We think we should be innovative in our thinking. There's a huge potential within Ukraine, further investments in the Ukrainian defense industry, but also, Ukrainian investments around Europe, so we could give Ukraine a safe haven for production, so they could, assist themselves in standing up against Putin. Thank you.
Good morning. So we have a Gimnich meeting coming up with the foreign ministers. We have a lot of topics, although it's an informal meeting, so we don't really adopt decisions. So first, we are going to discuss Russia's war against Ukraine. What more can we do? We see that Russia does not want peace, although there are a lot of diplomatic efforts made to bring Zelensky and Russia to the table. Then, in relation to that, because it always comes up, we are going to have a deep dive into frozen assets issue. There are pros and cons. There are some sensitivities regarding this, but we really have to have argumented debate about this. What are the risks? Because we can't possibly imagine, we have to have an exit strategy. We can't possibly imagine that, if this there is ceasefire or a peace deal, that these assets are given back to Russia if they haven't paid for the reparations. And then we will have a discussion on the Middle East. A lot is happening there as well. Of course, the situation in Gaza, the humanitarian situation, is going to be discussed, and what more can we do as a European Union. We have made some proposals. We haven't, unfortunately, moved on those. The situation has not much improved, so this is still very problematic, and the news coming from Gaza are not very encouraging when it comes to the new war zone or combat zone or the ideas that come from there. And then, of course, Iran. As you know, the snapback was started, so now we have 30 days to really use the diplomatic efforts. And then last but not least, we will discuss the working methods, and that is about how we can be more effective to adopt decisions at the Foreign Affairs Councils in the European foreign policy to be more as a geopolitical power also on the global scene. So I will be able to answer your questions later on for the press conference.
Do you think it will be possible to reach an agreement on the sanctions for Israel now that it's not living up to its promises to get more aid into Gaza?
Well, I'm not very optimistic, because even the option that we propose, which is quite a lenient one when it comes to their participation in the Horizon program, even there we don't have qualified majority together. We will, of course, discuss. There are a lot of proposals proposals made so that those countries who haven't been supportive that they could come on board. But this is I'm not very optimistic, and today we are definitely not going to adopt decisions.
What signal does it send to Israel if the still is divided?
It sends a signal that we are divided about this issue, and that's when we are divided, we don't have a unified voice, and we don't. If you don't have a unified voice, then on this topic we don't have a voice on the global scene. So that's definitely very problematic. Then on the decision or the question regarding UN, what is happening there? First, we have to get the facts straight. We will definitely discuss this today, and then, of course, we are supporting the principles that United Nations is a place for all the nations who have a status. So we will definitely discuss, but first we have to get the facts straight. Thank you.
Den danske regering er klar til at økonomisk straffe Israel. Hvad handler det næste?
Vi har meget længe, også i direkte samtale med Israel, argumenteret for, at nu er det altså tid til, at Israel skifter kurs. Vi er vidne til en humanitær katastrofe af helt vilde dimensioner, og det skal stoppe. Vi har talt lidt for døve ører, og derfor er tiden kommet, hvor vi nu også sætter handling bag. Det er derfor, vi længe har sagt, at vi er parat til at sanktionere de af Netanyahus ministre, som helt åbenlyst opfordrer til ulovlige bosættelser, som underminerer en langsigtet løsning. Det er derfor, vi har sagt, at vi er parat til en suspendering af dele af vores samarbejde Horizon. Og nu siger vi så også meget klar tale, at vi er klar til at suspendere handelsdelen af associeringsaftalen. Det er vigtigt, at Israel, eller rettere sagt den israelske regering, forstår, at nu skal der skiftes kurs. Det er også i det lys, at vi for få dage siden opfordrede til, at man genåbner den medicinske korridor mellem Gaza og Østjerusalem, og vi er også parat til at sætte penge og sygehuspersonale bag. Så det er den danske position, sådan som statsministeren også har klargjort det her til morgen. Og det er selvfølgelig også med det mandat, at jeg nu vil gå ind og prøve at overbevise mine kolleger om, at der skal handles. Jeg er også nødt til helt åbent at sige, at det er svært. De mest håndfaste instrumenter, de kræver enighed. Det kan være svært at opnå. Kan vi ikke det, så bør vi tænke sådan innovativt over, hvad er så de næstbedste løsninger. Vi er for eksempel parat til at sætte et stop op for eksport fra de ulovlige bosættelser. Det kræver enighed. Med kvalificeret flertal, der kunne man øge toldsatserne, altså ganske betragteligt, og dermed opfylde det samme formål på anden vis. Og det har vi også brug for at få en diskussion om, fordi det er frustrerende for os, det er frustrerende for vores befolkninger, at Europa taler, og vores evne til at handle indskrænkes af, at det er det langsomste skib i konvojen, der sætter tempoet.
Siger det om den europæiske troværdighed, at der er flere end 60.000 døde, flere end 150.000 sårede, før som dør sult, og så stadigvæk ser nogle handling fra europæisk side, og det skal man sige, at
Jamen, det er jo hovedet på sømmet. Det er jo noget af det, der gør os alle sammen frustrerede. Og det er jo en konstitutionel udfordring, uden at gøre det her for akademisk. Altså, vi har et USA, der i høj grad kan styres på dekreter. Vi har et Kina, ligeså. Vi har et Rusland, det samme. Vi har en israelsk regering med Netanyahu, som er afhængig af sin yderste højrefløj, og som et eller andet sted jo også ignorerer for nærværende israelsk befolkning. Og så har vi så et Europa med 27 lande, som skal snakke, og have en konsensus for at kunne handle. Det er jo et grundvilkår, vi ikke lige kan lave om på fra den ene dag til den anden, og derfor har vi også brug for at diskutere, givet det, hvad gør vi så? Og jeg er meget tilfreds med, at Kaja Kallas også på dagsordenen har sat en diskussion om det. Den er sådan mere principiel, og jeg er ikke sikker på, at vores befolkninger i den grad vil kaste sig over lige præcis den diskussion. Men det er jo vigtigt, for vi er jo nødt til at finde nogle veje, når der er en bred enighed, at den kan sættes igennem. Nu har vi så et nyt angreb i Kiev, også på EU's egen repræsentation. Så burde EU jo med kollektiv røst kunne sige noget med det samme. Det er der så øjensynligt kun 26 lande, der kan. Skal vi så tillade, at et land blokerer for, at vi ser den europæiske mening igennem? Det skal vi ikke. Og det er også derfor, at vi har brug for at tænke over, at de steder, hvor det kræver fuld enighed for at kunne handle, er der så en løsning, hvor man alligevel kan komme til at handle, selvom der ikke er den fulde enighed. Og hvis vi tager det med de ulovlige bosættelser som et eksempel på det, så kræver det altså enstemmighed for at kunne stoppe det, men med kvalificeret flertal kunne man godt forhindre det de facto, for eksempel ved at øge toldsatserne. Og sådan er vi nødt til at begynde at tænke, fordi Europa flasher ikke vores muskler godt nok. Altså, vi er verdens største donor på udviklingsbistand. Vi er Israels største samhandelspartner. Vi burde være dem, der var nærmest til at kunne flytte den israelske regering. Men det kræver, at vi taler med én stemme. Men det kan jo ikke fremkalde bare ved at stå og sige det, så vi skal handle på det. Og det er også derfor, at vi nu tydeliggør den danske position, og altså ikke sidder og gemmer os bag, at hvis vi kan få andre til at mene det samme som os, så er vi også parat til at mene det der hint. Nogle er nødt til at gå forrest, og det er derfor, vi siger, vi er parat til at suspendere handelsdelen af associeringsaftalen, vi er parat til at suspendere dele af Horizon-programmet, vi er parat til at putte sanktioner på de mest ekstremistiske ministre i Netanyahus regering. Og så håber vi, det gør et indtryk. Jeg tror, og jeg ved også, det gør et indtryk i Israel, fordi i Israel betragter man Danmark, også på grund af vores historie, det der skete i oktober 43, som en oprigtig ven af Israel, og det er vi også. Men vi kan ikke blive ved med at se på, at man ikke lever op til sine folkeretlige forpligtelser. Vi kan ikke være vidner til en humanitær katastrofe, uden at gribe ind over for det.
Réunion importante aujourd'hui avec beaucoup de points à l'ordre du jour, même si c'est un Gimnish et que donc ce n'est pas des réunions qui sont pour prendre des conclusions. Une situation en Palestine, on ne trouve pas de mots. Des manifestants aussi devant la porte, mais c'est pas ça qui doit nous motiver. On ne trouve pas de mots avec une situation, un gouvernement israélien où on voit qu'il n'y a pas d'écoute, il n'y a pas de répondant. On a eu hier l'information que selon les sources qu'on a, que les autorités américaines ne donneraient pas de visa aux autorités palestiniennes, aux représentants de l'autorité palestinienne, du gouvernement palestinien pour se rendre à New York à l'Assemblée générale. Si c'est le cas, c'est pas normal. On doit pouvoir discuter ensemble. On ne peut pas tout simplement dire qu'on exclut la Palestine du dialogue. Dans ce cas-là, pourquoi pas aller à Genève au lieu de New York pour une session spéciale de l'Assemblée générale pour pouvoir écouter, pour avoir une discussion sur la Palestine. On ne peut pas nous prendre en otage. Une situation en Ukraine, j'en reviens. J'étais en Ukraine cette semaine et en Moldavie. Une situation délicate avec un président russe cynique parce qu'il dit qu'il veut la paix. On n'a jamais eu autant de bombardements. On voit qu'il n'y a aucune volonté de sa part d'avoir la paix. J'étais en Moldavie aussi la semaine dernière, une situation fragile avec des élections qui arrivent où on ne sait pas exactement dans quel sens ça va aller, mais il faut surtout continuer à se battre pour les idées européennes et pas être trop confiant parce que la dernière fois le pouvoir moldave était assez confiant et on a vu que c'est passé vraiment de justesse. Il y a des discussions encore sur tant de sujets, tant d'instabilité aujourd'hui en Europe, et puis aussi des principes. Mais je suis au Danemark. Le Danemark a la présidence. À la réunion de Washington, j'ai pas vu de présidence, j'ai pas vu de première ministre danoise autour de la table. Je pense que si on veut que les institutions et que la présidence aussi soit une présidence motivée à faire son boulot, il ne faut pas la mettre de côté. Voilà, bonne journée. Le problème, c'est que l'Union européenne fonctionne à l'unanimité pour la politique étrangère. Et donc, nous avons demandé aussi à l'initiative, par exemple, de Maxime Prévost, notre collègue belge, pour tout ce qui est importation de produits qui viennent des territoires occupés. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas des choses qu'on pourrait faire à une majorité qualifiée qui ne serait plus donc à l'unanimité? Je pense que c'est un des chemins qu'on doit prendre. Moi, je vais vous avouer quelque chose qui n'est pas encore officiel, parce que je n'ai pas encore terminé, mais je suis en train de voir quel est l'arsenal juridique au Luxembourg qui permettrait de prendre des mesures aussi au niveau tout ce qui est, et je vous le dis honnêtement aussi, tout ce qui est importation des produits qui viennent des colonies. Ce sont des petites étapes, mais je vois que les grands dossiers... Vous savez, on a eu une discussion au sein du Conseil pour réduire un projet. C'était Horizon, ou je ne sais plus exact. On n'a même pas réussi à se mettre d'accord là-dessus. Donc pour vous dire, on est vraiment divisés. Moi je vous dis, j'ai toujours été pragmatique sur le sujet. Je trouvais que la reconnaissance de la Palestine est une chose, mais il ne faut pas mélanger la reconnaissance de la Palestine et ce qui se passe là-bas. Ça n'a rien à voir. Aujourd'hui, nous avons une situation avec un gouvernement israélien qui a provoqué même une famine aujourd'hui avec des jeunes, des femmes, des vieillards qui meurent et qui n'ont plus rien, donc problématique. Voilà. Merci à vous.
Good morning. Good to be in wonderful Copenhagen. Looking forward to discussions today. What comes to Russia, now the freedom-loving world should concentrate on really curing the cancer instead of just killing the pain, meaning that we should take it for granted and for given that Russia, unfortunately, will be posing a long-term strategic threat. And therefore, it will be a threat not just in Ukraine, also there going forward, but also to the rest of us. So we should really find our forces and put together our forces to put the pressure on Russia to end the killing, where we fully support Donald Trump's agenda on finding a deal on Ukraine. But at the same time, we need to make sure that something what has happened in Ukraine will never happen again. And obviously, in this regard, Russia is the only one to blame. They started the war in the first place. And we also need to understand that not just some sort of peace will do, because the issue is that also living under occupation is not really peace for people. It's the opposite of freedom. It means deportations, it means rape, it means violence, and it means, well, that people don't have the chance to fully live their lives freely in the way they want to. Last night we also had the chance to sit down with both Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya and her newly released husband Sergei Tsikhanovsky, and what this man has had to go through simply because he has wanted to be a politician and offer his people a different kind of future under which the Belarusian people now live under Lukashenko is horrendous. He was tortured in prison, and now luckily, of course, he is out. These people who have lived under oppression, under such circumstances like he has, and of course our Baltic friends can tell us so much about how life is if you really need to live under occupation. These are the voices that we should be listening to, and these are the voices that can never be silenced. These are the voices that we should encourage to speak even louder now in this time where basically freedom is oppressed by Russia on a daily basis. And finally, on the Middle East, the hostages need to be released immediately. We need also an immediate ceasefire, and we applaud all the concrete steps towards a two-state solution, because that is the only model which will secure long-term and lasting peace also in the Middle East.
Tonight we saw another big attack on Russia on Ukraine. What should be done?
We need three things. First of all, we need to add on the pressure we have put on Russia already. We need sanctions, but also Finland has been advocating for a tariff scheme, which would also allow for further pressure on Russia across all product groups. Now we are working on the 19th sanctions package, and I think it would be so important that we could do this in coordination with our transatlantic friends, especially the United States. Now, second thing, we need to keep on aiding Ukraine. Again, it's not like Ukraine is losing on the battlefield. Unfortunately, Russia has been targeting their attacks increasingly on civilians, which is a massive war crime. So that should be stopped, of course, but at the same time we should realize that a peace doesn't mean that Ukraine is forced to give away, for instance, Donbas, which they have been able to keep for the past 12 years when it has been contested by Russia. So essentially, aiding Ukraine in their fight for freedom is extremely important. And thirdly, of course, working on our deterrence and defense, by which we understand that Russia, unfortunately, will probably not just lay down their arms, neither in Ukraine or elsewhere, to make sure that we are able to live the European free way of life also in the future. Thank you.
So good morning to everyone. First, let me thank our host, Lars Rasmussen, Foreign Minister, for organizing this gaming forum, and of course for his kind hospitality. So we will start with our discussion on Russian aggression against Ukraine. This means the European Union needs to increase pressure on Russia, more robust sanctions, and Russian shadow fleet are on our agenda. The primary goal is to get Moscow to engage in meaningful negotiations. Today, and our close partners, UK, Iceland, and Norway will be present just to contribute to our efforts. And the Middle East is also on our table, with focus on alleviating the dire situation in Gaza. We will continue with Syria and Iran's nuclear threat. Finally, we will touch upon the coordination and expectation of the upcoming UN General Assembly discussion next week. Thank you so much.
Good morning, guten Morgen. Ich freue mich, heute hier zu sein auf Einladung von Lars Rasmussen. Wir haben ja eine Reihe von sehr, sehr ernsthaften Themen, die wir besprechen. Zuallererst natürlich die Lage im Nahen Osten, wo es seit vielen Wochen auch nicht möglich war, sich gemeinsam auf europäischer Ebene tatsächlich zu einigen Maßnahmen zu setzen. Sie wissen, dass wir durchaus Maßnahmen setzen wollen, wie zum Beispiel Sanktionieren von radikalen Siedlern. Also ich nehme an, das wird heute ein Thema sein. Die Haltung der österreichischen Bundesregierung ist sehr klar. Wir haben eine sehr klare Botschaft in Richtung vor allem der radikalen Kräfte in Israel gesendet, dass diese Vorgangsweise von uns nicht gut geheißen wird und dass die humanitäre Lage in Gaza katastrophal ist. Ich habe mich selbst bemüht, auch Kaja Kallas, die EU hat sich bemüht, mit dieser Vereinbarung im Juli mit Israel, dass es zu einer Verbesserung der Situation kommt. Es ist was passiert, aber es ist nicht gut genug. Darüber hinaus sind wir sehr dagegen, was die Entscheidung des israelischen Sicherheitskabinetts angeht. Schauen Sie, die Gewaltspirale muss endlich einmal enden. Und ich kann nur alle Parteien appellieren. Wir müssen auch Druck auf die Hamas machen, dass es zu einem Waffenstillstand kommt, zu einer Freilassung der Geiseln und dann einem politischen Prozess. Ja, und jetzt ein letztes noch hin zu einer Zwei-Staaten-Lösung. Es ist für uns nicht akzeptabel, dass von diesem Ziel abgegangen wird von sämtlichen Mitgliedern der israelischen Regierung. Zweiter wichtiges Thema heute natürlich der Krieg in der Ukraine. Ich glaube, dass der Gipfel in Alaska, das Treffen in Washington vor allem eines gezeigt hat, nämlich dass Russland, dass Wladimir Putin nicht daran interessiert ist, ernsthaft in Verhandlungen zu treten. Das haben wir auch gesehen, dass weil sich die Attacken in den letzten Tagen massiv verschärft haben, mit über 20 Toten in der Nacht von Donnerstag auf Freitag. Das EU-Delegationsbüro ist auch beschädigt worden. Und daher müssen wir alle miteinander, gemeinsam mit unseren amerikanischen Partnern, die Geduld verlieren, den Druck hochhalten auf Russland, dass es jetzt zu einer Waffenruhe und zu ernsthaften Verhandlungen kommt. Aber vielleicht erlauben Sie mir in dem Zusammenhang auch darauf hinzuweisen, es gab ja da durchaus ein bemerkenswertes Statement in Richtung Österreich, eine Warnung des ehemaligen Präsidenten und jetzt, glaube ich, stellvertretenden Vorsitzenden des Sicherheitsrats des russischen Dmitri Medvedev, der uns gewarnt hat, in irgendeiner Weise an unserer Neutralität zu rütteln oder sonstige sicherheitspolitische Diskussionen zu führen. Ich weise aufs Entschiedenste zurück, dass sich Russland in unsere inneren Angelegenheiten einmischt. Ja, wir adaptieren gerade unsere Sicherheitsstrategie. Warum tun wir das? Weil Russland als Aggressor einen völkerrechtswidrigen Krieg vom Zaun gebrochen hat auf europäischem Boden und wir in der Verpflichtung sind, unsere Bürgerinnen und Bürger zu schützen. Und wir machen das in guter demokratischer Tradition unter Einbindung des Parlaments, der Volksvertretung und darüber hinaus auch mit Bürgerforen, also unter wirklicher Einbindung der Bürgerinnen und Bürger. Und es sind ausschließlich die Österreicherinnen und Österreicher, die souverän und frei über unsere Sicherheit und unsere Freiheit entscheiden und niemand sonst und definitiv nicht Russland.
War das nicht unsere Kriege bei den Partner Österreichs direkt und Neutralitätssanktionen gar nicht gegeben hat? Was verändert das aber unsere Position in der Diskussion auch?
Also ich bin sehr dankbar, dass es so eine Breite gegeben hat gegen diese Drohungen und breite Einmischung, sogar von der FPÖ. Weil ja da doch immer wieder eine Russlandnähe, freundliche Töne in Richtung Putin. Und ich glaube, was jetzt der Startpunkt sein muss, ist, wir sind ja mitten in der Revision unserer Sicherheitsstrategie. Sie wissen, dass ein wesentlicher Punkt in der Sicherheitsstrategie ist, wie schützen uns wir in Österreich vor der Aggression Russlands. Und ein Punkt ist auch ganz klar, Neutralität allein schützt uns nicht. Das heißt, es wird eigentlich umso entschlossener vorgegangen werden, wenn es darum geht, unsere Verteidigungsfähigkeit, unsere Wehrhaftigkeit, auch die Resilienz in der Bevölkerung zu stärken und das vor allem auch mit unseren europäischen Partnern. Denn was der Herr Medvedev ein bisschen übersehen hat, ist, dass Österreich der Europäischen Union beigetreten ist, wir Vollmitglied sind und auch teilnehmen an der gemeinsamen Sicherheits- und Verteidigungspolitik und die aktive Mitwirkung an einer Verteidigungsunion eine Verpflichtung ist aus den Verträgen und auch eine Verpflichtung aus unserer Verfassung. Und sehr selbstbewusst sage ich, ja, wir kümmern uns um den Schutz unserer Österreicherinnen und Österreicher selber. Ich kann sie gut nachvollziehen. Ich kann sie wirklich gut nachvollziehen. Gerade weil ich ja dort war, weil ich mit ägyptischen Partnern, jordanischen Partnern gesprochen habe, aber auch mit Israel. Weil ich sehr klar darin war und unmissverständlich in der Botschaft, dass wir dieses Vorgehen nicht gutheißen und dass nicht die palästinensische Zivilbevölkerung den Preis der Gräueltaten der Hamas zahlen kann und dass man nicht humanitäre Hilfe komplett enthalten kann. Auch Israel muss sich an das Völkerrecht halten, insbesondere auch an das humanitäre Völkerrecht. Es kam eine Bewegung hinein, also es wird immer diskutiert, brechen wir die diplomatischen Beziehungen ab. Was de facto schon der Fall wäre, würden wir jetzt ganz das Assoziierungsabkommen aussetzen, weshalb wir uns dagegen aussprechen. Aber es ist ja nicht so, dass wir nicht bereit sind, über andere Maßnahmen, gerade auch auf europäischer Ebene, in einem europäischen Vorgehen zu diskutieren. Aber die Möglichkeit, miteinander zu reden, bietet ja auch die Möglichkeit, unmissverständlich klarzustellen, dass wir nicht einverstanden sind mit dem, was die israelische Regierung macht und insbesondere, was einige Mitglieder der israelischen Regierung Tag für Tag, Woche für Woche von sich geben. Ich habe gesagt, es ist was passiert, aber es ist bei weitem nicht genug passiert und daher kommt natürlich der Frust. Daher glaube ich sehr wohl, dass wir den Druck hochhalten müssen, auch auf die Hamas, das darf man nicht vergessen, aber auch auf Israel, dass es jetzt zu einem Waffenstillstand kommt und zu einem politischen Prozess, der in irgendeiner Weise eine sichere Zukunft für Israelis, aber auch für Palästinenser auf palästinensischem Gebiet ermöglicht. Ein zweiter Frust ist auch, dass wir gelähmt sind in der EU, weil wir nicht einstimmig Beschlüsse treffen können derzeit. Das betrifft ja nicht nur jetzt die Frage, wie wir zum Nahen Osten stehen, das betrifft ja auch die Frage Umgang mit Putin, Umgang mit Russland, Verschärfung der Sanktionen. Es ist immer ein Gezerre. Jetzt verstehe ich nationale Interessen sehr gut. Das ist auch unsere Verpflichtung als nationale Regierungen, zuallererst die eigene Bevölkerung zu vertreten. Aber schauen Sie, wenn wir es nicht einmal schaffen, als EU 27 die Raketenangriffe auf Kiew gemeinsam zu verurteilen, weil Ungarn das blockiert, dann macht uns das nicht stärker, dann sind wir da nicht ein Akteur, sondern es schwächt uns. Und daher bin ich auch sehr einverstanden, dass wir heute über Arbeitsmethoden sprechen, aber auch über die Möglichkeiten, die wir haben in den Verträgen, aus diesem Deadlock irgendwie herauszukommen. Danke sehr.
Bonjour à toutes et tous. Je remercie la présidence danoise du Conseil de l'Union européenne pour son accueil aujourd'hui où nous nous retrouvons avec les ministres des Affaires étrangères de l'Union européenne pour une réunion informelle. À l'issue d'une semaine qui a été marquée par une activité diplomatique intense. Sur l'Ukraine tout d'abord avec la poursuite des efforts qui ont été engagés cet été par le président de la République et ses homologues. D'abord pour affirmer l'unité européenne et son soutien à l'Ukraine, et puis aussi pour faire apparaître l'importance, le caractère essentiel, au moment où nous espérons que des négociations de paix puissent s'ouvrir, des garanties de sécurité. Et cette semaine, pour la première fois, les chefs d'état-major des pays participant à la coalition des volontaires que la France et le Royaume-Uni a constituée sont entrés dans le détail avec leurs collègues américains des garanties qui permettraient effectivement à la paix d'être durable. Ces travaux vont se poursuivre dès la semaine prochaine au niveau des chefs d'État et de gouvernement, mais vous le voyez, l'Europe, dans ce domaine, est en train de prendre les choses en main. Et ces garanties de sécurité n'auront de sens, bien évidemment, que dès lors que les hostilités auront cessé. Or, la frappe meurtrière et sanguinaire de la Russie cette semaine démontre une nouvelle fois que Vladimir Poutine, à ce stade, n'a aucune intention de mettre fin à la guerre impérialiste, à la guerre de colonisation qu'il a engagée il y a plus de 3 ans contre l'Ukraine. Et si effectivement, dans quelques jours, à l'issue des 2 semaines, le délai qu'il avait donné au président Trump, Vladimir Poutine continue de s'opposer à une rencontre à haut niveau avec le président de l'Ukraine, alors il faudra l'y contraindre en accentuant les sanctions des États-Unis, mais aussi les sanctions européennes. Et ce sujet sera évidemment au cœur de nos discussions ce matin à Copenhague. Je viendrai faire les propositions que la France a élaborées pour que nous puissions épuiser les ressources que Vladimir Poutine engouffre dans cette guerre et enrayer la machine de guerre russe en ciblant le secteur énergétique, le secteur de la finance, mais peut-être aussi certains secteurs civils qui continuent indirectement de soutenir l'effort de guerre russe. Sur l'Iran ensuite, jeudi, avec mon collègue allemand et mon collègue britannique, nous avons annoncé la décision de nos 3 pays de notifier aux Nations Unies la réapplication des sanctions contre l'Iran qui avaient été levées il y a 10 ans. Nous l'avons fait à l'issue de plusieurs mois de tractations intenses à tous les niveaux, du président de la République aux diplomates du Quai d'Orsay. Quelles sont ces sanctions ? Eh bien, ce sont des embargos mondiaux des Nations Unies sur les armes, sur les banques, mais aussi sur les équipements nucléaires qui avaient été levés il y a 10 ans en contrepartie d'une maîtrise du programme nucléaire iranien. Nous avons il y a quelques semaines, proposé à l'Iran de reporter cette décision à condition que l'Iran puisse démontrer sa bonne volonté, avec des gestes très simples consistant à affirmer son intention de régler les problèmes par la négociation, mais aussi de réouvrir une coopération active et en bonne foi avec l'Agence internationale pour l'énergie atomique. L'Iran n'a pas consenti ces gestes. Nous avons donc décidé de notifier jeudi cette décision très lourde. Que va-t-il se passer désormais ? Eh bien, s'ouvre une période de 30 jours, à l'issue de laquelle ces sanctions seront réappliquées. Puis, dans un deuxième temps, des sanctions européennes pourraient se réappliquer elles aussi, à moins, bien sûr, que l'Iran consente, dans cette période de 30 jours, aux gestes que nous lui avons demandés, très clairement, auquel cas, nous pourrions envisager de reporter l'application de ces sanctions. La porte de la diplomatie reste ouverte. Hier, à Toulon, dans le sud de la France, s'est tenu le 25e Conseil des ministres franco-allemands, qui a été un tournant de mobilisation, de détermination et d'ambition. Un tournant de mobilisation parce que le chancelier Merz est venu avec un nombre important de ministres du gouvernement allemand qui avaient travaillé avec leurs homologues français pendant des mois à affiner des feuilles de route dans un grand nombre de domaines. un tournant de la détermination à approfondir notre amitié, notre relation et notre coopération dans les domaines qui vont de l'intelligence artificielle à la défense, en passant par le spatial, par la culture, mais aussi par la défense. Défense qui a fait l'objet d'un conseil des ministres franco-allemand de la sécurité et de la défense à l'issue de ce conseil des ministres franco-allemands. Et puis un tournant de l'ambition, parce que ces projets que nous voulons porter en commun, nous les voulons pour nos deux peuples, mais nous les voulons aussi pour l'Europe, pour la rendre plus efficace et plus forte dans un monde troublé. Et puis cette semaine, c'est aussi la poursuite de la tragédie absolue qui se déroule à Gaza. Nous aurons l'occasion de réaffirmer en Européens notre attente d'un cessez-le-feu immédiat, de la libération de tous les otages du Hamas qui doit être désarmé et de l'accès sans entrave de l'aide humanitaire. De ce point de vue-là, nous avions formulé un certain nombre d'attentes auprès des autorités israéliennes, l'ouverture de l'accès à l'aide humanitaire pour contenir, pour mettre fin à cette situation de famine qui est tout simplement insupportable. Nous avions demandé la reprise des paiements qui sont dus par les autorités israéliennes à l'autorité palestinienne, plus de 2 milliards d'euros. Nous avions demandé aux autorités israéliennes de renoncer à leur projet de colonisation et en particulier le projet E1, 3000 logements qui menacent de couper en deux la Cisjordanie. Force est de constater qu'à ce stade, nos demandes n'ont pas été satisfaites et c'est pourquoi, à la suite de l'examen qui a été fait par la Commission européenne, du respect par le gouvernement israélien de ses obligations au titre de notre accord d'association, après les discussions qui ont eu lieu entre la haute représentante, le gouvernement israélien, s'agissant de l'ouverture de l'accès humanitaire, eh bien nous aurons aujourd'hui à préparer le travail des chefs d'État et de gouvernement qui pourraient être amenés dans les prochaines semaines à prendre des mesures restrictives comme certains d'entre eux, c'est le cas de la France, ont pu le faire au niveau national. Voilà les sujets qui vont nous occuper aujourd'hui. Je n'oublie pas que ce mois de septembre sera aussi marqué sur ce dernier sujet par l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies qui viendra consacrer les efforts engagés par la France et par l'Arabie saoudite depuis l'année dernière pour crédibiliser, dans un moment où elle n'a jamais été aussi menacée, la solution à 2 États, seule susceptible de ramener la paix et la sécurité durablement dans la région. La conférence de New York qui s'est tenue dans les derniers jours du mois de juillet, au-delà des déclarations d'intention de pays comme la France qui reconnaîtront l'État de Palestine, cette conférence a abouti sur une déclaration, sur un document qui a été endossé à la fois par des pays européens, nord-américains, mais aussi par des pays arabes qui, pour la première fois depuis le 7 octobre 2023, ont condamné le Hamas et ses crimes, ont appelé à la libération sans condition des otages et ont affirmé leur intention, le moment venu, d'adopter des relations normalisées, normales avec Israël et de s'insérer aux côtés d'Israël et de l'État de Palestine dans une architecture régionale de sécurité et de coopération. C'est une avancée majeure qui a pu être obtenue par la mobilisation internationale et qui se poursuivra donc à l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies le 22 septembre. De ce point de vue-là, je veux rappeler, suite aux annonces qui ont été faites ces dernières heures, que le siège des Nations unies est un lieu de neutralité, c'est un sanctuaire au service de la paix, où sont résolus les conflits, où sont empêchées les guerres. Et que de ce point de vue-là, une Assemblée générale des Nations unies, fondée il y a 80 ans, par la France, entre autres pays fondateurs, ne saurait souffrir d'aucune restriction d'accès et j'aurai l'occasion de m'exprimer à ce sujet avec mes collègues européens. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Monsieur le ministre, une question.
Hello there, Stephen Doughty from the United Kingdom. It's a real pleasure to be here at the Gymnich. Again, another significant moment following our new agreements with the European Union in May this year. It's a real pleasure to be here in Denmark, a place I know well, and to be working with the Danish presidency on a range of issues. Obviously, our focus here today is on our support for Ukraine, working together across Europe, the EU and other partners, making sure our support is ironclad and making sure that we're taking every action possible, not least in light of the horrific attacks we've seen in Kiev this week, including on the European Union delegation and the British Council, to ramp up the economic pressure on Vladimir Putin for his illegal and barbarous war, and to show that we are united as Europe for European security and against that illegal and barbarous war that Putin is prosecuting in Ukraine. We're discussing a range of other issues. We'll be discussing the situation in the Middle East and how we are going to work together in the future for European security. So it's a genuine pleasure to be here again, to be working closely alongside our European partners, including in our new security and defence partnership. So pleasure to be here in Denmark. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good morning. Every time we put the peace process on the table, Russia is answering with heavy attacks to Ukraine. So we understand that Putin doesn't want to have any kind of peace. So we need to focus on 3 points. The first is to increase the pressure to Putin and Russia. So we need to discuss and adopt the next sanction package from European Union side. We did well last time. The 18th package was really strong. But now we need to adopt the 19th, and also we need to confiscate the Russian frozen assets and use this money for Ukraine. We are talking about more than 200 billion euros what Europe has, and there is no reason why we are not taking this money and giving to Ukraine. The second thing is about, of course, the security guarantees. So we must be ready to give for Ukraine reliable security guarantees. And the Estonian government has decided already a couple of months ago that we will participate in this coalition of the willing with real troops. Even we are the bordering country for NATO. Russia is our neighbor, and Russia will remain the threat in the future as well. But Europe must put the skin in the game in real purpose, and based to this Article 5 principle, the security guarantees must be formed as soon as possible to be ready to give them for Ukraine, and also to have US on board. And the last topic which is crucial, one country has blocked and stopped the process of EU enlargement. So we need to find a way out. How can we open the first clusters for Moldova and Ukraine for enlargement process, because this is crucial. It's not only for Ukraine and Moldova, but it's also crucial for European Union. We need to move forward with this historical process. So, thank you. Yep. Estonia is really clear already a couple of years that we must confiscate the Russian frozen assets and use them for Ukraine. So now we have done the good job because these frozen assets are guaranteeing the $50 billion worth package. But actually, my question is, who is going to pay for support Ukraine? Because we need lots of money, and it's a long period we need to support Ukraine. And there is no legal reasons why cannot we do. This is only political reason. And we don't have this consensus. So today we discuss about these opportunities, and Estonia is really heavily pushing this decision to confiscate Russian frozen assets and start using them. I understand Belgian government very well, because they have more than 200 billion frozen assets, and they cannot take the risk alone if there will be problems in the future. So we need to form the coalition and find the measures to take down the risks for Belgium. So Belgium has very legit concerns. But the concerns are not connected, in our case, with legal reasons. But it's much more like political will. And we, as a partners of the coalition of the willing, or however we call it, we should find the ways how to support Belgium, and also to have these measures to take down the risks. In European Union, unfortunately, we don't find a consensus, but everybody understands that the humanitarian situation, this is really, really, really bad now. So we need to push Israel that just civilian people, they need food, they need water, they need treatment. This is very, very hard to find consensus, really. Yeah. Estonia is not supporting opening the treaty, EU treaty. But this treaty allows us to do more and find the ways out from the situations where we are, blocked and finding consensus. So I support Kaja Kallas' idea that legally we can actually use existing treaty to find the ways out from this consensus blocking. So let's see. We discussed it. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Discussion on sanctions packages are incredibly important. Norway always associates itself with the EU sanctions package. We want strong message to Putin that...
You mean that if we are able to confiscate this money, then we are going to use this money for Ukraine? And also this 50 billion package, what we have already given, it will be covered, because we are talking about more than 200 billion.
We have to come together with a clear message now, because these are really dramatic.
There are two opportunities. One is actually that these coalition countries or the governments and the EU, we take this responsibility and guarantee using our own capabilities. And then, in addition, we have then these frozen assets. And the other thing is an opportunity is using these frozen assets as this 50 billion to use already. So, but the first step must be that let's confiscate the Russian money. There's no legal reasons for what not to do. It's only political decision, and we need to support Belgium as well, because Belgium cannot take the risks alone. So.
To change their attitude, and we very much look forward to the United Nations General Assembly, where several
the court will be definitely. Russia is crazy about this money. Russia needs this money, but also my question is who is going to pay for supporting Ukraine in the future? So this is Russian money. Aggressor must pay. We must give Belgium solid guarantees as a coalition. And I'm not talking only about the European Union. I'm talking about maybe G7 countries, US, Canada, Japan, all of us. So we can manage that. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Espen Barth from Norway. Two messages. One is that we need to keep the support to Ukraine at the highest possible level. Norway has just announced that we will maintain our current level of $8.3 billion in military and civilian support for Ukraine. And I encourage everyone to step up and contribute what they can. We also need to keep up the pressure on Russia, which is why the discussion on sanctions packages are incredibly important. Norway always associates itself with the EU sanctions package, and we want a strong message to Putin that there is no way he's going to be able to postpone this any longer. We want peace in Ukraine, but it has to be a fair and lasting peace for Ukraine. And we have to come together with a clear message now, because these are really dramatic times for Ukraine and for Europe. And the second message is that if we want to have any credibility on our critique of Russia in Ukraine, we also have to stand up against the massive atrocities committed by Israel in Gaza, in the war, but also in the illegal occupation of Palestine, including the West Bank. And we need strong support for building a Palestinian state, ending the war, getting humanitarian support in, and we also need to be able to put more pressure on, and also economic sanctions on Israel, because the words have not really been enough to change their attitude. And we very much look forward to the United Nations General Assembly, where several countries has promised to follow the lead of Spain, Norway, Slovenia and Ireland to recognize Palestine. And we strongly encourage the US to change the position on not allowing visas for the Palestinian leaders to UNGA.
Norge er et land, som historisk har spillet en stor rolle i forhold til at skabe fred i Mellemøsten med Oslo-aftalen. Hvordan ser det ud for Norge, at vi har et EU-samarbejde, som ikke kan blive enige om, hvad de skal mene om Israel i forhold til Gaza, på trods af, at der er flere end 60.000 døde og flere end 150.000 sårede, og vi har børn, som dør af sult i Gaza i dag. Hvordan ser du EU's udenrigspolitik i forhold til Israel?
Jeg synes det er svært synd at man ikke har den samme enigheten om støtten til Palestina og kritikken av Israel som vi har om støtten til Ukraina og kritikken av Russland. Fordi selv om to saker ikke er like, så er begge grove eksempler på brudd på internasjonale regler, på menneskerettigheter, på krigens folkerett eller humanitærretten. Og hvis vi skal ha noen som helst troverdighet i det globale sør, der de fleste menneskene bor, så må vi vise at vi er konsistente, enten det dreier seg om russiske overgrep eller israelske overgrep. Så jeg håper at dette møtet kan bidra til at EU blir mer enig. Jeg er glad for at statsminister Mette Fredriksen og utenriksminister Lars Løkke Rasmussen har vært tydelige på at de ønsker sterkere reaksjoner mot Israel, og det er noe Norge støtter varmt opp om. Og så vil vi selvfølgelig også gjerne se at enda flere land følger Norge i også anerkjenne Palestina.
Norge har jo taget imod flere medicinske evakuerede fra Gaza. Den danske regering nægter fortsat at gøre det på trods af opfordringer fra det internationale samfund. Hvad tænker du?
Norge bestemmer i Norge, og Danmark bestemmer i Danmark, og jeg har ikke noe behov for å legge meg opp i dansk innenrikspolitikk. Men jeg er glad for at vi har gjort det, og jeg er glad for at flere land gjør det, fordi ved å ta noen pasienter ut av Gaza som trenger langsiktig medisinsk behandling, så hjelper vi dem, men vi hjelper også det lille som er igjen av helsevesenet i Gaza, om å da håndtere tross alt litt enklere medisinske situasjoner som ikke krever den lange oppfølgingen. Så dette er både en håndtrekning til individer, men også til et hardt prøvet helsevesen inne i Gaza.
Synes du det er solidarisk? Altså, du står selv her og siger, at skal finde en fælles europæisk løsning i forhold til at presse Israel. Er det så solidarisk, at Danmark ikke vil gøre, som vi gør nu?
Så i dag vil jeg heller legge vekt på at morgensendingene nettopp Danmarks Radio går ut på at Mette Fredriksen vil bruke EU til å samle tydelig støtte til økt press på Israel. Det mener jeg er en god politikk, og det støtter vi opp om. Så det er først og fremst en støtteerklæring til den danske posisjonen. Okay,
Good morning. I'm Latvia's foreign minister, and we started our discussions last night. We are very pleased that we are joined by the United Kingdom, Norway, Iceland, and of course we were joined by leaders of Free Belarus, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya and her husband. And there are two main issues that we are discussing. We started last night, as I said. One is how to stop Russia's war in Ukraine, maintaining transatlantic unity, and making sure that the butchering Kremlin is stopped, because currently we don't see any indications that the intention is for peace in Russia. So it's up to the transatlantic actors, together with the US, EU, others, Brits, Canadians and others, to stop him. And the other issue is obviously the situation in the Middle East, where from one hand Hamas does not intend to lay down arms or give up political control. We don't see movements to release hostages. So the request of Israel for self-defense is legitimate. From other hand, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is unbearable. So that is something that from one hand needs obviously opening access to the people who need medical, humanitarian, other help. Food, famine has to be stopped. From that perspective, we are looking at concrete measures that we can do as the EU. And obviously on sanctions, you will have known that there is no unity on Israel in the EU. From other hand, there is quite a number of things that can be done practically to alleviate situations. So engaging with Israel and making sure that they know what we are doing, and from other hand also working internationally with wide spectrum of actors is something that Latvia stands for. So ceasefire, access of food, access to medicine, but in the same time also looking for political solutions to the situation as such. Once again? We have discussed that a number of times. As I said, for now there is no consensus. Not all countries are on board on that. Thank you.
Good morning. It is very important for Romania to be present today in this timely conversation on the Russian aggression. We have seen increased signs of aggression at the Black Sea and on the Danube. So we believe the conversation today is very important to make sure we increase the pressure, specifically financially and on frozen assets, to make sure we do the necessary steps to ensure that there is a higher chance that Putin sits at the negotiation table. So far, besides the statements, we haven't seen signs in that direction. And we want to make sure, together with our European colleagues, that we take the necessary decisions to keep and increase the pressure, specifically on the shadow fleet and on financial sanctions. Specifically for Romania, because we are bordering the war both on the Danube and on the Black Sea, it is very important for us that we create, together with our European partners, the mechanism to keep the Black Sea and the Danube safe, as we have seen increased signs of aggression closer to our border. On the Gaza-Israel issue, Romania is concerned on the humanitarian side, and we are willing and able to support the humanitarian flights specifically for children and children undergoing cancer treatment, as we have done in the European framework together with partner countries. We support and are clear on the fact that the hostages need to be released and that there is no future for Hamas in the future of Palestine. That being said, Romania has recognized Palestine since 1988, and this is a position we keep. We are looking forward to the United Nations conversations, and we hope that there is going to be a visa allowed for the Palestinian delegation to participate in the UN meetings. On the issue of the shadow fleet of Russia, as I have mentioned, for Romania it is very important that we support, together with European Union mechanisms, the safety and the control at the Black Sea. On the last point of the agenda, which are the working mechanisms, Romania is part of the countries that have worked on proposing new instruments and new solutions, because we believe we need to be clearer on what we do together and move faster in the decisions, and that it is not proper at this moment that we have one country that sometimes blocks the decisions that we all agree on. Thank you.
The Americans seem to be reluctant to use Russian frozen assets. How do you want to overcome their reluctance?
On Romania's side as well, we believe there are still, in terms of legal frameworks, many things to be clarified. But we believe the use of frozen assets with the potential scenario of moving them in funds that produce higher income in terms of interest rates, for example, that is a solution we're willing to explore, because we believe the resources are needed specifically for reconstruction of bridges, schools and hospitals, and we believe it is only fair that part of that cost is put upon resources that come from Russian frozen assets. What I want to say is that on Romania's side, we believe it is very important to have a stronger European Union and to move faster in common decisions. And we support mechanisms that allow us to do so, as we have supported through President Nicu Șordan and the Prime Minister, common statements, common decisions. If one country, specifically the one you mentioned, decides to have different opinions and different actions, sure, it's their right, but in the same time we need to find solutions within the European Union to move ahead the 26 countries that we agree upon. Specifically, what is very important for us is to make sure we continue the conversation and start the Cluster 1 negotiations for Republic of Moldova and Ukraine. We believe both of our neighbors have done amazing work in terms of merit-based evaluation on their side, and that means we need to open the negotiations, not just on Cluster 1, but we believe at this moment of time that they have made significant reforms that would allow the European Union and the Commission to open negotiations on more clusters.
Isn't it a little bit like this that the EU has to look? Isn't it a little bit like this that the EU has to look at USA and Russia, what they decide to do in this war, and the EU has no power on your own position to influence this process to peace?
I would say not only the presence of the European Union leaders within the meetings, but also what we have done together as a European Union in supporting Ukraine humanitarian, their military stance, are important factors in these peace negotiations, because I think there are some key factors that lead us forward. One is to make sure we support Ukraine to be able to resist, to be able to protect their territories, and to be able not to give in such a way that this would allow for future steps into actual negotiations. But I believe here it is quite clear that the European Union has a very strong contribution to that. The European Union, specifically my country Romania as well, Republic of Moldova, and many of our neighbors have been host countries for refugees at the beginning of the war and throughout the conflict. And this allows for specifically Ukrainian army, Ukrainian soldiers to know that their families are safe. And this is also very important in the steps towards peace. And also we need to acknowledge again the size of the European market, of the European Union financial market, commercial market, and therefore the power we have with the sanctions and our work in the 19th package of sanctions to make sure we keep and increase the pressure on Russia so as to get Mr. Putin at the negotiation table.
Yes, we have to do it right now, and we have to start with
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I heard the question. Yes.
Assets, central bank assets from Europe, one of the options in the special purpose.
It is definitely clear at this moment that more needs to be done to allow for humanitarian aid, to fix the humanitarian situation, but also we believe on the long term on the two-state solution. And here I believe the United Nations is a key place to discuss that. Here it is very important that we make sure everyone is present at the dialogue table. Thank you very much.
Morning. Today we are concentrating on the new political season, on the fall, and on the immediate decisions that we have to prepare and then to make. And those that are really important for the future and security of Europe are related to Ukraine. We all understand that red carpet won't invite Putin to negotiations. It's not enough for him. What worked and what we already seen as the effective measure is to create the conditions that would be unbearable for the aggressor and that would push him to sit down and to arrange the long-lasting peace for Ukraine. Talking about those measures, those are targeted at supporting Ukraine, targeted at cutting down the very sources of the war machine of Russia, and of course continuing with the strengthening of the war and military efforts of Ukraine. So in these lines, Lithuania proposes to move forward and quickly with the seizure of the frozen assets. That's the thing where we stuck for too long. We have to break this deadlock and move forward. We are providing at least a couple of legal decisions how to organize it, and we also understand that there are certain risks related to it. Nobody ignores those, but risks are to be managed but not avoided. And if we are not doing this, the cost that we will pay without the using of those assets, without the assisting of Ukraine, will be much higher. Ukraine needs to strengthen itself, to recover, and then to reconstitute everything that was destroyed by Russia. Number two, we have to move forward with additional sanctions. It's not true that we did everything and that we emptied the pot where we are discussing what else to sanction. We avoided the very sensitive topics for Russia, and those are the oil and gas companies. First of all, this is Lukoil, Rosneft, Gazprom, Novatek, other companies. Next to it, the price cap for the oil products. It has to be lowered down. We still have to push for it being unbearable to Russia. Third, the Rosatom. All the new contracts of Rosatom, we have to ban those for Europe, because each contract means the dependence for at least 30 years on Rosatom for their services and products. So this is very important. Shadow fleet.
expand the list, also expand the measures that we are applying against those vessels, and other sectors like cooperation in scientific research or banning the access to the cloud services. There are still many things that are not done. I'm not even mentioning the banks that are still hanging there and sanctioned from the very beginning of the full-scale aggression. And the final package that is related to guarantees to Ukraine. We have to support Ukraine on territorial integrity. No one has the right to question it because it's fundamentally grounded in international law. Lithuania will never recognize neither de jure or de facto occupation of Ukraine territory, and Ukraine cannot be left alone with the territories on this one. And from our side, what we can, and here in this format, to decide how we are moving forward with EU accession. Membership in the European Union is one of the guarantees for Ukraine, and we have to move fast. I'm really optimistic and expecting to open the cluster 1 very soon, and then all the clusters for negotiations during the Danish presidency. If it doesn't happen with 27, if we do not have the unanimity, we have to move to the 26th track. And we also prepared the steps of how it can be implemented, because we cannot waste the time. The deadline for us has to be the 1st of January of 2030 for Ukraine to become a full member state of European Union. So these are the topics that are top of my priority list.
What could be done to alleviate the Belgian concerns about confiscating?
We have to open the discussion, and this is the time right now. What are the risks, the one that we are trying to avoid? We acknowledge that there are economic and financial concerns, but those, in our assessment, those are manageable. There were a lot of concerns before seizing the assets, before introducing the revenues, provision of revenues to Ukraine, and we managed it. The euro is still where it has to be, so it's around 20% of all the global turnover and reserves it is in euros. So we did this, and we shouldn't avoid the discussion. Let's do this. Let's start it now within the European Union. Address G7. Of course, we understand that within the G7 it will be easier to be implemented and move forward. Because if we are not doing it right now, we're just wasting the time. And the discussion for the next year, where we will get the resources to support Ukraine in 2026, will be really difficult.
So, are you arguing in favor of confiscating the money even before a peace deal with Russia?
Yes, we have to do it right now, and we have to start building up the process. And we have to take the money, assets, central bank assets from Euroclear, put it into one of the options, into a special purpose vehicle, and implement it through the legal process. And it can be provided as the guarantees in the form of loans to Ukraine, with some conditionality of reparations being paid by Russia. And this is how we will share the responsibility and the costs of the risks.
And what happens if the court decides that the confiscation is illegal?
Well, then we will bear all the consequences, us together, us the nations. Because anyway, we will assist Ukraine in providing the resources for their reconstitution and rebuilding. Even right now, we are already paying. So in this form, we would ease the discussion about the tensions in the budget planning. I'm not even mentioning international law that says that it is the obligation of each member of the international community to take the countermeasures against the aggressor.
And last question. What do you sense of momentum in this discussion compared to previous years?
I can compare to 1 year period of time, and I see that the right time is now, as more and more burden it is coming on European shoulders, and we are taking it, seeing how difficult it is to arrange the new packages, financially talking. So this is the resource that is laying just in front of us, and there are some concerns that we are not ignoring. Let's talk about it and let's move on. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm very grateful for Lars for inviting us here on a Saturday morning. It's great to be here. Center of discussions today will be Russia's war against Ukraine, and I'm devastated to see the recent attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure, but also on the EU delegation's office in Kiev, and therefore the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has summoned the Russian ambassador yesterday. And it is obvious that Russia does not want to stop the war, and therefore we must put more pressure on Russia. So we need to adopt the 19th sanctions package, but also move forward with the EU accession process for Ukraine. Today we will also discuss the situation in Gaza, and it's absolutely horrible, and it is of utmost importance that we put more pressure on both Hamas and on the Israeli government in order to have them allow humanitarian access to Gaza. And therefore I and my Dutch colleague have sent a letter to the Commission urging them to move forward with proposals, among others, on the stopping the trade part of the association agreement, because the suffering in Gaza, it must stop. Thank you. I'm very frustrated that the EU is not able to take the necessary decisions in order to move forward and put pressure on the Israeli government to allow humanitarian access, because what we see now, it's absolutely devastating and it breaks my heart. So we have an obligation to do what we can, and we must put more pressure on both Hamas and on the Israeli government.
Don't you put pressure on some of your colleagues in this room that don't want to go further in Israel?
I'm very frustrated that the EU is not able to make decisions. I'm also very frustrated that the EU is not able to make decisions on the frozen assets in order to make sure that Ukraine can use those. Thank you. Okay.
Hello, good morning. Hi. Another important day. I'm replacing the Minister of Foreign Affairs as a Minister of Defense for the Netherlands. Of course, we will continue our discussion on Ukraine. Most importantly, to continue our military support and increase further pressure on Russia, because we see on a daily basis that Putin is not really willing to negotiate and to compromise, but more willing to continue his aggression and his terror against the Ukrainian population. So we need to put more sanctions on Russia and to strengthen our military support, and of course also talk about security guarantees for Ukraine. Second important conversation on the Middle East. Together with Sweden, we wrote a letter with a few points to both increase pressure on Hamas and on the Israeli government to come to a ceasefire, to stop the hostilities and to make sure that the hostages are released. I hope that we, at least today, can make sure that our positions become more united and that we can come to a more shared position on the steps that should be taken. For us as the Netherlands, it's also important that we strongly condemn the E1 plan, the illegal settlements, and that we will also propose a ban on the illegal settlements, and hopefully it is possible also to find support for that.
What about the use of Russian frozen assets? What about the use of Russian frozen assets as part of the 19th sanctions package?
I think it's very good that we have a conversation about this in more depth, because this idea or this suggestion has been going around now for 3 years, and I think we need to make further progress on this. So I do understand the concerns of some of the member states, so I would say let's dig one level deeper and see how can we address those concerns, because I do think it is important to make progress on this.
How about Hungary blocking all the Ukraine policies you have tried
to be honest, when it comes to the EPF, for example, we had a discussion on it yesterday. To me, it's not only frustrating, but I think it's really counterproductive, because Hungary says that they are in favor of peace. And then the EPF can also be used, for example, for the Pearl Initiative, also to fund the American weapons and to supply them to Ukraine. So by blocking the EPF, Hungary is not only blocking or impeding Ukraine and the EU, but also the peace efforts by the United States. So I hope that Hungary will also change its position, given that we all are working together on peace. and these EU instruments can also help in this.
On Gaza, how frustrated are you that a lot of your colleagues in the room do not share your Swedish opinion on putting more pressure on Israel? And does the EU need to look at how it makes these decisions?
I think that given what's happening in Gaza and that the situation is only deteriorating on the one hand, and on the other hand, at the West Bank, we also see that Israel is further expanding its settlement policies. I think this should encourage us to become more united, because we need to further increase pressure for both a ceasefire and to act against the illegal settlements. I hope that some countries will now change their position. The Netherlands, for example, has also changed its position on a few of these measures. And hopefully we can make us more united and also make sure that we react to what's happening. I know how polarized the debate is. It's polarized also in the Netherlands. The reason why I'm here as a Minister of Defense and now replacing the Minister of Foreign Affairs is because it's such a sensitive and polarizing debate. And even that's in one country, let alone in 27 countries. So I do understand how difficult it is. But given what's happening every day, I think it should be possible to become more united. Yes, I'm in favor of that. Yep.
Good morning. Slovenia, yes. Yes, please. I don't know what the discussion, but it's informal meeting. You know that Slovenia decided over the last few weeks to introduce bilateral measures against the Israeli government and against the terrible war in Gaza, killings of innocent civilians and also continuation of illegal settlements. We were the first EU country that introduced 2 ministers from Israeli government as persona non grata, also banned trade embargo with the Israeli government and also embargo on arms and also trade with the products from the Israeli settlements. And I have to say that I'm very seriously concerned to hear the last night decision of the US to ban visas for the Palestinian delegation and President Abbas to attend the high-level week in New York. So I do expect today a harsh, strong reaction, joint reaction from the European Union, and I also plan to call my partners in the European Union to really act with measures against the Israeli government. The last few weeks show that the Israeli government has no intention to stop the war and to reach an agreement on a ceasefire. Thank you so much. A še Maja v slovenščini? Me boš vprašala? Ja. Danes bomo govorili najprej o ruski agresiji v Ukrajini. Že sinoči smo se pogovarjali neformalno s kolegi, kako pritisniti na Rusijo, da bi dosegli takojšnje premirje in seveda pogoje za začetek pogajanj za pravičen in trajen mir, ki bo sprejemljiv za Ukrajino. Seveda so tu nujna varnostna zagotovila, vsa vprašanja, ki so s tem povezana in skupaj si želimo z Ukrajinci, vsemi evropskimi in čezatlantskimi zavezniki sodelovati pri tem, da pridemo čim prej do miru. Zdaj vemo, da se je zgodil spet en grozljiv napad na Kijev in vsak dan nedolžni ljudje izgubljajo življenje. Pogovarjali se bomo tudi o zamrznjenih sredstvih na računih Ruske centralne banke. To je ena precej težka debata, bo tudi prva taka neformalna, zares poglobljena debata. So države, ki si želijo tu bolj konkretne korake, da se uporabi ta glavnica zamrznjenih sredstev. Zdaj mi smo tu malce bolj previdni oziroma spremljamo odločitve tistih držav, ki imajo bolj znatna sredstva, kot je Belgija na svojih računih, oziroma odločitve Evropske centralne banke. Te odločitve morajo temeljiti na mednarodnem pravu, tako da danes pričakujemo eno tako bolj neformalno razpravo. Seveda podpiramo koriščenje izrednih prihodkov teh zamrznjenega ruskega premoženja, predvsem pa tudi, da se še bolj učinkovito uporabljata sredstva zamrznjenih izrednih prihodkov. Danes bomo veliko pozornost namenili tudi vojni v Gazi, razmeram na Bližnjem vzhodu. Zdaj močno skrbi sinočnja odločitev ZDA za to, da ne izda vizumov palestinski delegaciji, predsedniku Abbasu, ki bi moral nagovoriti tako Varnostni svet kot OZN v tednu visokem septembra v New Yorku, ko bojo države odločale o morebitnih novih priznanjih Palestine kot suverene in neodvisne države. Jaz zelo obsojam to odločitev ZDA, ker gre za kršitve pogodbe kot države gostiteljice, ki mora dejansko omogočiti, da lahko vse delegacije sodelujejo na zasedanju in da res poteka dialog in pa spoštljivost oziroma da lahko organizacija normalno deluje. Tako da danes pričakujem najmanj oster odziv, skupen odziv Evropske unije, pričakujem pa tudi, da se bomo resno in odgovorno pogovarjali, kako nadaljevati sankcijami s pogovorom, kako sankcionirati izraelsko vlado. Vemo, da v zadnjih tednih je ta nadaljevala vojaške akcije tudi na Gazo, prisilno razseljevanje ljudi, pobijanje civilistov, da je uradno razglašena lakota med otroci, med prebivalstvom in težko je razumeti, da Evropska unija v tem delu ne ukrepa. In na mizi imamo predloge, ampak v odsotnosti soglasja znotraj Evropske unije bom kolege pozvala, naj sledijo zgledu Slovenije.
So good morning. I'm just very happy to be in Copenhagen for GIMNIC meeting. We will discuss, as you know, Russian aggression against Ukraine. We will discuss Middle East, and of course I will be calling for more sanctions, to be ready to have a more sanction on Russian Federation. I hope that we will discuss our former Czech proposal to limit the movement of Russian diplomatics through the Schengen area. I would like to reiterate that it's not only about the fact that this network serves to the operation of Russian secret services, but also limits our ability to call for reciprocity in the diplomatic relations between respective countries like Czechia and Russia. So it's very important that we discuss this proposal. It's in our benefit.
What about the use of Russian frozen assets as part of the 19 sanctions package?
I support it. We support it. Let's see what will be the mood around the table. Definitely. Yes?
Yesterday the Vice President of the Security Council in Russia threatened your neighbor country, Austria, directly. Doesn't that need a strong answer from all the EU member states if he picks out a single country and threatens it with military?
Again, sorry, what he threatened?
Medvedev threatened Austria to use violence if we change something with neutrality. Doesn't that need a strong answer too if Russia picks out a single country with threats?
I don't hear what he threatened with.
To use military power against Austria if we change something about a neutral stand.
I think the concept of the Austrian neutrality, it's given historically, and it's up to Austrian people to decide how they wish to orient their country. So I absolutely refuse any such calls. Russia has no say into Austrian foreign policy.
What do you think about your neighbors using energy from Russia, like Slovakia and
So Czechia, as well as Hungary and Slovakia, is Central European landlocked country, and we are not dependent on Russian fossil fuels, simply because last 3 years we invested into new pipeline, TAL Plus line. It was needed to upgrade, so we are now completely independent on Druzhba pipeline. Basically, the Czech part is not being used. We deliver gas through Netherlands and Germany, and we are also diversifying the energy, the supplies for the nuclear power plants. So they could follow the same way.
It doesn't seem to be able to agree.
Please louder.
Okay. The EU doesn't seem to be able to agree on putting more pressure on Israel. Why is that?
It depends what the discussion on Israel is, and we are ready to support quite a lot of things, but very often we like the real debate on that. So
some of your colleagues have written letters even calling for.
I think Kaja Kallas was very successful when was she in Israel, for example, with opening humanitarian corridors. So if we do it properly, we are able, for example, to help with the humanitarian situation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we have an important meeting of foreign ministers today. But can I firstly say, from an Irish perspective, how relieved and delighted I am that an Irish citizen in Haiti was released last night from captivity. Gina Herity is an incredible humanitarian worker. She represents the very best of us, someone who has dedicated 3 decades of her life to looking after vulnerable children in Haiti. It has been an extraordinarily stressful and worrying time for Gina's family, for Gina's friends, for Gina's colleagues. And I just want to thank everybody who has been involved in working to secure her release. My own department officials, our diplomats, our embassy in the United States, our UN and EU partners, and local community leaders as well. I really want to wish Gina all the best. I ask that her privacy be respected at this time, and I really want to thank her family for working intensively with us. And I've been talking to them on a very regular basis, and they're wonderful, wonderful people, and I want to wish them all the very best after what has been an extraordinarily stressful time. I'm so delighted and relieved that Gina has finally been released. Today at the Foreign Affairs Council in the Gymnich format, I'd be very eager that we come together to have a proper conversation about what more can be done to actually make talks about peace in Ukraine a reality. While Putin is, talking about peace, he's doing absolutely nothing to indicate any willingness to bring it about. In fact, his reign of terror continues. He's making a mockery of the world that is engaging in dialogue, diplomacy to try and bring about peace. He still won't meet President Zelensky. He still won't agree to an unconditional ceasefire. And this week, of course, he hit and targeted our EU offices in Kyiv. So yesterday at our defence meeting, we discussed what more we can do to assist Ukraine. Today, as foreign ministers, I think we have to consider what more we can do in terms of sanctions against Russia. We are clearly going to need now to prepare for the worst, whilst always hoping for the best. We need to be much more robust in relation to our sanctions regime against Russia. We need to have a good, detailed discussion on the issue of the use of frozen assets as well, and I hope we can make progress on those matters today. Can I just say, though, in relation to Gaza, if the European Union does not act as a collective now and take sanctions against Israel, whenever will it? What more could it possibly take? Children are starving. In fact, we now have reports of children who cannot even cry because they no longer have the strength. We have been told by international organisations that there is a famine underway in Gaza. There is genocidal activity. And being honest, it's not enough to say, I want to see a ceasefire. It's not enough to condemn the actions. You have to say, what are we going to do as a European Union to help bring about the ceasefire? What are we going to do to make the Netanyahu government stop the killing of children, stop the killing of civilians? What are we going to do to ensure humanitarian aid can flow? And what are we going to do to make sure the hostages can be released? I think the world is looking at the European Union. I think our citizens are looking at the European Union, and they are not happy. We are not doing nearly enough. So the time for fine words of condemnation, words matter, but they're not enough. We now have to actually take very clear, very concrete actions to show that we actually have values in this European Union, and we intend to stand up for them. We intend to defend those values. And if you're found to be in breach of human rights clauses under an EU association agreement, that is not a consequence-free zone. So today I really hope we can move beyond words of condemnation, words about let's have another meeting in a month's time, and actually a substantive conversation about what sanctions the European Union can take as a collective. I think that's essential. And can I finally say, I'm very concerned about what we've seen overnight in terms of the revoking of visas for Palestinian Authority leaders due to travel to the United Nations for High-Level Week. A huge amount of work has been done, led by the French and the Saudis, to prepare for a conference on a two-state solution. And the idea that the leader of the Palestinian Authority would be deprived an opportunity to attend that simply isn't acceptable. And I believe the EU as a whole should protest this decision in the strongest possible terms. Thank you.
Goedemorgen. Een grote aanval weer afgelopen nacht van Rusland op Oekraïne. Wat kan er worden gedaan om Rusland te stoppen?
Nou, waar we het in ieder geval vandaag over zullen hebben is om de druk verder op te voeren als het gaat om sancties. Dat zijn sancties zowel natuurlijk richting Rusland direct als secundaire sancties tegen landen die de Russische oorlogsmachine blijven financieren.
Hebben die sancties wel voldoende effect? Er zijn nu al 18 sanctiepakketten, dit zou 19 sanctiepakketten worden. En Rusland blijft toch maar steeds doorgaan met die aanvallen waar we ook heel veel burgers bij om het leven komen.
Ja. Nee, de realiteit is dat het niet van de een op de andere dag leidt dat Rusland zijn koers verandert. Wat we vooral natuurlijk hopen is dat met die sancties dat er zand in de radar wordt gestrooid van de Russische oorlogsmachine.
Wil Rusland wel een vrede?
Daar ziet het niet naar uit. Volgens mij wil Rusland en Poetin willen vooral hun terreur en hun agressie voortzetten omdat ze hopen dat ze daarmee de Oekraïnse bevolking kunnen breken. Nou, aan de andere kant weten we hoe vastberaden en hoe sterk de Oekraïnse bevolking is met steun van Europa en ook de Verenigde Staten. Dus wij moeten laten zien dat we in staat zijn om die druk te weerstaan en juist de andere kant op de druk op te voeren. Nou, daarom spreken we vandaag ook weer over die sancties. En natuurlijk ook aan het voortzetten van de militaire steun en het verder invullen van veiligheidsgaranties.
Vandaag uit we ook over dat andere belangrijke onderwerp, Gaza en Israël. De buitenlandcoördinator zei vanochtend al dat ze niet optimistisch is dat het zal lukken om vredesgezindheid te vinden binnen de Europese Unie over sancties tegen Israël. Wat zegt dat?
Dat zegt dat het, net als in Nederland, dat het ook in Europa een debat is dat polariseert, waar over verschillende opvattingen zijn. Dat het moeilijk is om die opvattingen bij elkaar te brengen. Je ziet ook dat sommige landen bijvoorbeeld wel voor de ene maatregel zijn en weer niet voor de ander. Tegen de regering Netanyahu bijvoorbeeld. En dat als je dan per maatregel bekijkt, dat er uiteindelijk geen gekwalificeerde meerderheid voor is. Wat ik hoop is dat gegeven dat de situatie in Gaza alsmaar slechter wordt en dat Israël verder gaat met het nederzettingenbeleid, het zogenaamde E1-plan, dat het wel toe heeft geleid dat landen op een aantal maatregelen hun positie hebben veranderd. Hetzelfde geldt voor Nederland. Wij hebben ook gezegd dat we bijvoorbeeld een importboycott willen uit de illegale nederzettingen. Nou, dat was een positie die Nederland een half jaar geleden ook niet had. Dus hopelijk komen landen daarmee meer op één lijn en lukt het wel om voor bepaalde maatregelen richting een gekwalificeerde meerderheid te gaan.
Israël beloofde vorige maand om meer hulp toe te laten, dat gaat maar moeilijk gaat. Toen zei de Europese Unie, als dat niet gebeurt, dan overwegen we om stappen te nemen tegen Israël. Wat betekent dat als dat nu niet gebeurt, dan heeft het juist dat Israël niet het idee dat het kan doorgaan op de ingevraagd weg?
Nou, dat is ook de reden dat wij samen met Zweden die brief hebben gestuurd waarin we zeggen de druk op Hamas moet ook omhoog via de partners in de regio met name. Maar aan de andere kant ook op de regering Netanyahu. En die voorstellen die we eerder hebben gedaan als Nederland, namelijk het opschorten van het handelsdeel van het associatieakkoord en het gedeeltelijk opschorten van het Horizon-programma, wat gaat over technologische en wetenschappelijke samenwerking. Nou, dat zijn twee van die concrete maatregelen die je dan kunt nemen. Ja, en omdat wij vinden dat dat dan ook moet, dat je dan ook consequent moet zijn wanneer je dat eerder hebt aangekondigd. Daarom hebben we ook die brief gestuurd. En we zullen vandaag zien of dat daar nu wel voldoende steun voor is.
Denkt u dat Israël juist niet onder de indruk zal zijn van Europa als het steeds verdeeld is en de dreigementen niet waarmaken?
Ik denk dat dat wel de invloed van de EU vermindert. Het is heel duidelijk, kijk, op het moment dat Europa verenigd is, zoals bijvoorbeeld in de steun aan Oekraïne vaak het geval is, ja, dan kun je ook een vuist maken. En op het moment dat je verdeeld bent, dan wordt dat een stuk ingewikkelder. Dat klopt.
Misschien het allerergste nog, er is nog steeds veel te weinig hulp, voedsel en medicijnen in de Gazastrook binnen. Wat kan er nu nog worden gedaan om te zorgen dat het wel daadwerkelijk snel veel meer wordt?
Nou ja, door aan de ene kant ervoor te zorgen dat we met de partners in de regio ook de druk op Hamas opvoeren, zodat ze eindelijk eens ophouden met hun terreurcampagne, het vasthouden van de gijzelaars en ook bereid zijn om grote concessies te doen. En aan de andere kant, ja, ook de druk op de regering Netanyahu moet omhoog. En dat kan met de voorstellen die wij ook hebben gedaan. En daarnaast moeten we natuurlijk voor zorgen dat we ook de internationale organisaties en de NGO's die daar ter plekke kunnen helpen, dat we die ook daar vol in ondersteunen.
U hebt gisteravond kunnen dineren met uw collega's. Hebt u toen al een indruk gekregen of een bepaalde
maatregelen? Nee, in de zin dat ik ben niet al mijn collega's, alle 26 langs gegaan om dat te inventariseren. Maar mijn beeld is natuurlijk hetzelfde als dat van de EU-hoofdvertegenwoordiger, dat het verdeeld ligt. Dus nou ja, wat ik zei, ik hoop dat landen in ieder geval vandaag wat dichter bij elkaar komen. En of dat daadwerkelijk zo is, dat zullen we zien. Ja, als mevrouw Kallas niet optimistisch is, dan moet ik me daarbij aansluiten. Kijk, zij is degene die het beste overzicht heeft van alle posities. Waar ik wel wat optimistischer over ben, is dat het mogelijk zou moeten zijn om in ieder geval wat dichter naar elkaar toe te bewegen. Maar of dat daadwerkelijk zo is, dat zullen we vandaag moeten zien.
Ziet u wel de mogelijkheid om een aantal oproep te vormen om stappen?
Dat denk ik wel. Alleen de vraag is hoeveel er dat zijn. Dat zullen we echt niet alleen vandaag, maar ook de komende tijd moeten bekijken.
Je ziet wel in ieder geval posities komen van deze voorzitter die zijn wel dat het al een tijd is geworden.
Ja, ik denk dat het EE-plan, zoals dat heet, dat er wel toe leidt dat landen echt ook hun positie hebben aangepast. Dat geldt ook voor Nederland. Wij zeggen nu ook van er moeten strengere maatregelen worden genomen tegen dat nederzettingenbeleid. En het tweede is dat natuurlijk in Gaza de situatie elke dag schrijnender wordt. Ja, en dat leidt er ook toe, omdat we op dit moment niet een staakt het vuren zien, maar juist dat Israël nog een militaire campagne is begonnen, ja, dat we nu ook in actie moeten komen.
Wat is er nog nodig om de Europese Unie de landen wel op één lijn te krijgen?
Ik denk uiteindelijk op dagen als vandaag om daar veel met elkaar over te spreken en ook te kijken van, kijk, als ieder land verschillende maatregelen wil, dat betekent dat er wel een grondhouding is om in ieder geval iets te doen. En als we nou op basis van die grondhouding kunnen kijken van nou, wat zijn nou dingen waarin we wel op één lijn kunnen komen en ons daarop te richten, dan zou het mogelijk moeten zijn om eruit te komen met elkaar. Maar dat kost gewoon veel tijd. Dat kost tijd op diplomatiek niveau. Vandaag hebben we een informeel overleg waarin we ook wat meer vrij uit tussen de ministers kunnen spreken. Ja, en dan zijn dit soort uren kunnen we ook nuttig besteden om te kijken of we toch iets meer op één lijn kunnen komen.
Zelfs als dat zou lukken, denkt u dat Israël ervan onder de indruk is dat het echt het moet zal veranderen als we de Europese Unie ergens zitten?
Uiteindelijk zal het niet doorslaggevend zijn en zal het een beperkte bijdrage leveren. Daar moeten we realistisch over zijn. Maar een beperkte bijdrage is altijd beter dan niks doen. Ja.
Hello.
You said yesterday that a decision made about the humanitarian situation.
Spain has proposed an action plan for Gaza and for Palestine. The EU is doing too little, too late. And doing nothing, haven't achieved anything. So the time of declaration is really over. We have to move forward. So I said of people that are being sanctioned to anyone, absolutely anyone that wants to spoil the two-state solution, that is the only solution that will bring peace and stability to the Middle East. Third, we have to back financially, very heavily, the Palestinian National Authority that is been struggling because of Israel withholding the taxes that should go to that Palestinian authority. And fourth, we have to enforce and to comply with all the rulings and all the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice. For instance, stopping all trade with products coming from the illegal settlements. And also, based on Article 2 of the Council of Association between the European Union and Israel, we propose the full suspension of that agreement between the European Union and Israel. We cannot do business as usual when we see this incredible and terrible humanitarian situation in Gaza, in which thousands of Palestinians are facing death by starvation, by an induced famine by Israel. And we are talking about children, about babies. This is unacceptable. The European Union can only relate to Israel through human rights. And if there is a massive violation, as the report of the Commission has clearly indicated, we must act. This is not anymore the time of words. It's the time for action. action to stop the war, action to break the blockade of famine from Israel to Gaza. And that's why Spain has proposed an action plan with things that, by the way, are nothing extraordinary. It's just fulfilling and complying with our own European legislation or international legislation. That's all. And certainly, we are going to continue pushing forward. And at the same time, we are completely in favor of the UN conference for the two-state solution. A little bit more than a year ago, Spain started a new way of recognition of the Palestinian statehood. Around 10 more countries are going to join us very soon. And we will be a majority of countries in the European Union after that new wave of recognition that Spain started in the European Union. And it is unacceptable that the Palestinian delegation or Mahmoud Abbas couldn't attend. United Nations, its protection, its immunity, it's worldwide. And European Union must be at the forefront of those that defend it. That should be also a clear message from today's meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, good morning. Looking forward for today's informal Foreign Affairs Council meeting. I'm here representing European Commission to discuss the agenda point concerning further financial support for Ukraine, including possibilities of using Russian immobilized assets for this purpose. Well, it's clear that Russia's aggression against Ukraine continues unabated, and it's clear that as European Union we must continue to provide all necessary support for Ukraine, including financial support for the next year. So this is going to be the focus of today's discussion. What options do we have for financing Ukraine for next year? How do we plug the funding gap? And how do we do it at the EU level and cooperate internationally? Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. Happy to be here in Copenhagen this morning. I would like to start with warm words to the Danish presidency. Thank you so much. But you certainly know at the beginning of the week I was in Odessa in Benelux format. And let me be clear for Belgium, we will continue to provide support to Ukraine as long as it is be necessary. And last Wednesday we decided within the Belgian government to put 100 million on the table for taking part in the Pearl initiative. But I know, you know, that one of the issue that will be discussed this morning is related to the frozen assets. And let me be clear, for Belgium, those Russian sovereign assets must remain immobilized until Russia compensates Ukraine for the damage it has inflicted and continues to inflict on a daily basis. So we need to use those immobilized assets as a leverage for negotiations. So it means that Belgium is against any confiscation of those assets. Why? Because those assets are solidly protected under international law. And it means that confiscating them would trigger a systemic financial instability and also erodes trust in the euro. So these are fundamental risks for all the member states. And those immobilized assets are already used to great effect, and they are already benefiting Ukraine through the windfall profits and also the ERA loan mechanism. The EU and the G7 have already used them for a support which is over 50 billion euros. So that means that's really important for Ukraine, and we need to keep them immobilized for continuing supporting Ukraine. If you want the goose to keep laying golden eggs, you must not kill the goose. That's really the key message we would like to share in the name of the Belgian government. So confiscating those assets is not an option for us. Changing the investment strategy is not an option as well, because it could increase the level of risk, both legal, financial and judicial risk. Thank you for your attention.
Ja, guten Morgen, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren. Wie Sie wissen, komme ich von einem sehr erfolgreichen deutsch-französischen Gipfel in Toulon zurück. Der deutsch-französische Motor läuft wieder. Wir haben exzellente Gespräche gehabt und haben uns vorgenommen, für die Europäische Union auch neue Initiativen zu ergreifen und dafür beizutragen, dass wir ein handlungsfähiges Europa sehen. Wir haben natürlich mit zahlreichen Krisen zu tun, die uns auch hier heute beschäftigen werden. Der französische Kollege Jean-Noël Barrot und ich werden hier über den Prozess der E3 mit Iran informieren. Es ist vollkommen klar, Iran darf keine Atomwaffe besitzen. Und deswegen haben wir uns genötigt gesehen, den sogenannten Snapback-Mechanismus jetzt auch in Kraft zu setzen. Ich will hier noch einmal betonen, es gibt die Möglichkeit einer diplomatischen Lösung. Iran sollte sie nutzen. Man kann diese Frist noch einmal verlängern und die nächsten 30 Tage müssen genutzt werden. Wir sind guten Willens, das zu machen. Aber wir brauchen jetzt die klare Zusage des Iran, dass er sich auf uns zubewegt und dass er insbesondere mit der Internationalen Atomenergiebehörde bereit ist zu kooperieren und ein sauberes Verfahren vor dem Sicherheitsrat der Vereinten Nationen einzuleiten. Wenn das geschieht, dann ist es möglich, dass wir auf diplomatischem Wege zu einer Vertragslösung kommen, die am Ende dafür sorgt, dass diese Welt sicher bleibt und nicht ein weiterer Staat atomar bewaffnet sein wird. Und wir werden natürlich auch darüber sprechen, wie wir dafür sorgen, dass endlich die Verhandlungen zwischen der Ukraine und Russland über einen Waffenstillstand und vor allen Dingen über eine Friedensvereinbarung beginnen können. Ich rate uns allen, die richtigen Debatten in dieser Zeit zu führen. Und die richtige Debatte ist allein diejenige, ob und wann Wladimir Putin an den Verhandlungstisch kommt. Wir Europäer haben nie zu denjenigen gehört, die erwartet haben, dass dies binnen einer Woche der Fall sein könnte. Und wir erfahren jeden Tag, dass Putin seinen Krieg fortführt. Die Ukrainerinnen und Ukrainer leiden darunter in schrecklicher Art und Weise. Und die Drohnenschwärme und die Raketenangriffe, die Bombardements auf zivile Ziele zeigen, Putin will nicht verhandeln. Putin führt seinen Krieg fort. Und deswegen muss das Wesentliche, was wir jetzt zu tun haben, sein, dass wir den Druck auf Putin erhöhen. Und dazu gehört, dass wir uns genau anschauen, was wir uns vorgenommen haben an Unterstützungsmaßnahmen. Und ich kann sagen, nur erfüllte Unterstützungszusagen bringen Russland an den Verhandlungstisch. Und da sollten wir uns miteinander ehrlich machen und schauen, was noch getan werden kann und was wir schon bisher zugesagt haben, wo es Nachholbedarf gibt und wo wir sicherlich auch über weitere Maßnahmen miteinander sprechen. Alle weiteren Fragen können und sollten wir danach diskutieren. Das Entscheidende ist, dass jetzt Putin an den Verhandlungstisch kommt. Und das sage ich auch an manch einen in der deutschen Diskussion, die immer gesagt haben, es würden nur Waffen geliefert und es gäbe keine Verhandlungsbereitschaft. Es liegt auf der Hand. Die Welt ist verhandlungsbereit, insbesondere die Ukraine ist verhandlungsbereit. Wer Krieg führen will, ist Wladimir Putin. Und wir müssen unsere Maßnahmen verstärken, dass er an den Verhandlungstisch kommt. Zunächst vielen Dank.
Herr Minister, warum sind eingefrorene russische Vermögen noch kein geeignetes Druckmittel, um Putin an den Verhandlungstisch zu zwingen?
Ich glaube, dass das Einfrieren dieser Mittel schon eine erhebliche Wirkung hat. Ich glaube auch, dass die Sanktionen, die wir bisher formuliert haben, schon eine erhebliche Wirkung, auch eine Inflationswirkung in Russland haben. Das ist der richtige Weg. Wir setzen ihn fort. Wir verhandeln jetzt über das 19. Paket. Und wir müssen uns sicherlich über viele Dinge Gedanken machen, die noch den Druck auf Russland weiter verstärken. Und ich glaube, wenn wir da Entschlossenheit und Klarheit zeigen, dann werden wir Russland an den Verhandlungstisch bekommen.
Welche weiteren Maßnahmen könnten das denn sein? Und was sprechen Sie denn da?
Ja, ich glaube, alles, was die wirtschaftliche Handlungsfähigkeit Russlands weiter einschränkt, das hat Wirkung. Das heißt, wir müssen uns selbstverständlich angucken, was den Handel mit Öl und Gas angeht. Das sind etwa Möglichkeiten. Wir sind schon auf einem guten Weg. Russland ist wirtschaftlich schon unter einem nicht unerheblichen Druck. Und ich glaube, wenn wir diesen Weg konsequent weiter fortsetzen, dann ist es richtig. Ich möchte aber auch noch einmal betonen, die Ukraine braucht eine weitere militärische und finanzielle Unterstützung. Und da ist noch lange nicht alles, was zugesagt worden ist, eingehalten.
Herr Minister, viele andere Mitgliedstaaten hoffen, dass die Bundesregierung jetzt nach der Sommerpause zu dem Horizon-Vorschlag der EU-Kommission Ja sagt, um den Druck auf Israel zu erhöhen. Werden Sie den anderen Mitgliedstaaten heute sagen können, dass die Bundesregierung das tun wird? Und wenn nein, warum nicht?
Also die Bundesrepublik Deutschland hat Maßnahmen ergriffen, die sehr deutlich machen, wo wir stehen. Wir erwarten nämlich, dass bei dem berechtigten Kampf gegen Hamas humanitäre Grundsätze eingehalten werden. Und deswegen haben wir insbesondere unsere Ablehnung der Pläne, Gaza City zu erobern, ganz deutlich gemacht, dadurch, dass wir entsprechende Waffenlieferungen eingeschränkt haben. Und ich glaube, das ist eine sehr gezielte Maßnahme, die sehr richtig ist und die sehr notwendig ist und die auch genau die Maßnahmen trifft, die wir verhindern wollen oder die Pläne verhindert, die wir treffen wollen, nämlich entsprechendes militärisches Engagement. Horizon ist eine Wissenschaftszusammenarbeit im zivilen Bereich. Ich wüsste nicht, dass eine Einstellung einer derartigen sinnvollen Kooperation zwischen der Europäischen Union und zivilen Stellen, Wissenschaftsorganisationen in Israel Einfluss haben könnte auf die politische Willensbildung und auf Pläne, militärisch im Gazastreifen weiter vorzugehen. Und deswegen sind wir von diesen Vorschlägen nicht so sehr überzeugt. Aber richtig bleibt, wir brauchen jetzt die Bereitschaft zum Waffenstillstand. Wenn es so ist, dass der Plan von Steve Witkoff eine erste Grundlage und ein erster Schritt sein kann, dann kann ich beide Seiten nur aufrufen, diesen Plan jetzt anzunehmen und danach weitere Schritte einzuleiten. Ich stehe in Kontakt, natürlich besonders engerweise mit der israelischen Regierung, aber auch mit Kollegen in den arabischen Nachbarstaaten. Deutschland wird alles dafür tun, dass es auf dieser Grundlage zu einer ersten Einigung kommt. Herzlichen Dank.
Buongiorno. Mr. Minister, is there any consensus on how to move forward when it comes to Gaza?
We are against the Israel decision to attack Gaza City. There is a document with our signature against this. First of all, for us, we need to stop this attack, to achieve the ceasefire. It's crucial, of course, the freedom of the hostages immediately, without conditions. And then we need to work for achieving the solution to people, to states. This is the Italian position. On Monday, I will receive in Rome the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the National Palestinian Authority. We will visit together the hospitals, Italian hospitals, with children coming from Gaza. Italy is the country in the world with Emirates, Turkey, Egypt, Qatar, with more refugees coming from Palestine. This moment it's important to help the civil population and to push hard for the ceasefire. This is a priority absolute.
Come è andato l'incontro con il ministro tedesco?
Molto bene, c'è un'identità di vedute tra Italia e Germania sulla situazione internazionale, sia per quanto riguarda l'Ucraina. Vogliamo che si arrivi finalmente alla fine di una guerra, non sarà facile, e bisogna convincere Putin anche attraverso sanzioni affinché si sieda al tavolo della pace, perché è una guerra che non può continuare a lungo e non deve continuare a lungo. Lo stesso sulla Palestina, la situazione in Medio Oriente, abbiamo una visione comune e ha invitato ministro Vatful a parlare alla riunione degli ambasciatori d'Italia annuale che si svolge prima della pausa natalizia, e lui ha accettato il nostro invito e sarà a Roma come oratore per parlare dei rapporti diplomatici della Germania, per avere anche una valutazione tedesca. L'anno scorso è venuto il ministro degli esteri svizzero, anni fa è venuta la presidente Metsola, quindi abbiamo sempre degli ospiti stranieri per arricchire il dibattito. Quindi bene, con la Germania le relazioni con questo governo sono ottime.
Senta, sulle sanzioni appunto all'Ucraina, sì, alla Russia, oggi è una delle discussioni del Gimni, 19° pacchetto sanzioni, come fare a costringere la Russia a venire al tavolo. L'Italia è pronta a fare di più da questo punto di vista? Che idee sostiene per rafforzare il pacchetto sanzionatorio contro la Russia?
Io credo che si debbano fare delle sanzioni finanziarie che costringono Putin a non avere più i mezzi economici per pagare stipendi altissimi, 3 volte tanto quello di un operaio, ai propri militari. Quindi credo che questo sia far venire meno gli strumenti finanziari, quindi bisogna fare delle sanzioni finanziarie. Non credo che ci sia la base giuridica per fare invece un altro tipo di sanzione, cioè nei confronti di quelli che hanno dei privati russi che per i beni confiscati, quelli mi pare che non ci sia la base giuridica per poter fare, quindi bisogna sempre stare dalla parte della ragione ma dalla parte del torto.
Il meccanismo anticoercizione, quello approvato all'11° pacchetto, se voi sareste in favore ad attivarlo, fino adesso non è ancora mai stato attivato.
Ora vediamo, ne parliamo, cioè noi siamo pronti a fare tutto ciò che serve per sostenere l'Ucraina e per cercare di convincere la Russia ad arrivare a più miti consigli, capire che l'atteggiamento che ha è un atteggiamento sbagliato, anche perché gli attacchi contro la popolazione civile che continuano sono privi di senso e non producono secondo noi alcun effetto se non fare danni alla popolazione civile.
Ministro, scusi, sul Medio Oriente lei parlava della necessità del cessate il fuoco e c'è una proposta di mediazione che è lì e langue sul tavolo, da Israele non c'è ancora una risposta. Una pressione su Israele tramite le sanzioni e su Netanyahu, in particolare su Gaza e il cessate il fuoco, oltre che ovviamente sui coloni di cui lei ci parlava ieri?
Io credo che intanto quella sui coloni, incrementare il numero di coloni che sono oggetto di sanzioni potrebbe essere una scelta condivisibile, un messaggio chiaro per impedire di minare la base di uno Stato palestinese in futuro, perché l'occupazione della Cisgiordania e il continuo inserimento di nuovi coloni, di nuovi insediamenti significa minare alla base la possibilità di avere uno Stato palestinese, cosa che noi invece vogliamo costruire. Ne ha parlato anche l'altro ieri con il ministro degli esteri saudita che era in visita a Roma, abbiamo firmato anche un documento comune. Come ho detto, lunedì ci sarà a Roma il ministro degli esteri dell'autorità nazionale palestinese. Noi continuiamo a considerare l'autorità nazionale palestinese il nostro unico interlocutore possibile. In Israele continuiamo a dire basta, Israele ha vinto contro Hamas, ora credo che sia il momento della costruzione, non della distruzione. È stato superato il limite della reazione legittima dopo l'attacco del 7 di ottobre e ora bisogna costruire, non continuare a distruggere. Naturalmente Hamas deve liberare tutti gli ostaggi senza porre ulteriori condizioni, perché continuando così rischia sempre più di usare il proprio popolo come scudo per le loro operazioni militari, quindi è corresponsabile anche di ciò che sta accadendo.
May I ask you a question in English, please?
Yes, before in Italian, then in English, ok?
Una domanda sul safe havens. La Danimarca ha offerto di permettere di produrre armi ucraine qua sul territorio danese. È qualcosa che l'Italia sta considerando?
No, noi, se la Danimarca vuole produrre armi può benissimo farlo. Noi siamo pronti, abbiamo già inviato armi e altri strumenti militari all'Ucraina, finché ci sarà la guerra siamo pronti a fare tutto ciò che serve dal punto di vista politico, militare, finanziario per sostenere l'Ucraina e anche per la ricostruzione. Come sapete c'è stato a Roma il grande vertice mondiale per la ricostruzione che è stato un grande successo. L'Ucraina sa di avere l'Italia al proprio fianco in tutti i settori. Siamo contrari a inviare militari italiani in territorio ucraino, ma questo è un'ipotesi della quale si parla per il dopo fine guerra. Noi consideriamo invece strumento utile per la sicurezza, unico strumento utile per la sicurezza dell'Ucraina, dar vita ad un trattato che coinvolga diversi paesi, compresi gli Stati Uniti, sul modello dell'articolo 5 della NATO. Questo potrebbe essere una garanzia veramente efficace per il futuro dell'Ucraina.
There appears to be a new push to confiscate the frozen Russian assets. A number of your colleagues have vehemently called for that this morning. And they also pointed to the financing needs of Ukraine next year and the increasing difficulty to cover that. What is Italy's position?
At the juridical level, it's not easy to do it. For this, we need to be very serious on this. We need to respect the rules. But otherwise, it's possible to study financial sanctions using all other systems. But I think for this is difficult to respect the rules, the juridic basis.
So, in the event, I mean, there's two discussions. One is confiscating the money now. The other discussion is what happens if Russia does not pay reparations in case of a peace treaty. Would it then be possible to use this money and pay for the recovery of Ukraine?
It's possible, but I think, as I said, we need to respect the rules. We need to study if this is possible to do.
I think the high representative thinks she can do it, and she has. I mean, you can always find legal advice.
But his position, of course, is correct. The positions, but before a decision, we need to study if this is possible to do, because as a juridical level, for me, is very complicated. This is a juridical problem. It's not a political decision. She's pushing hard in this direction, but I don't know if it's possible to do it. We need sanctions, but I don't know if it's possible to use this system for pushing Putin.
Senti, lei ha parlato di sanzioni ai coloni, benissimo, sempre Israele, ma alcuni paesi europei spingono invece anche per sanzionare i ministri all'interno del gabinetto Netanyahu che sostengono i coloni violenti.
Cominciamo con i coloni, poi vediamo cosa succede.
Potrebbe essere possibile, l'Italia potrebbe sostenere questa posizione?
Cominciamo con sanzionare i coloni, più coloni e in maniera più dura. Poi vediamo se la prima tappa è questa, poi se non serve a molto si possono studiare altre tappe, ma cominciamo con intanto già decidere la sanzione sui coloni, nuove sanzioni sui coloni e a più coloni è già un messaggio forte in direzione della difesa delle fondamenta di un nuovo Stato palestinese, perché se finisce la Cisgiordania, se viene annessa la Cisgiordania, vuol dire che finisce l'ipotesi di uno Stato palestinese nel quale noi crediamo. Non c'è oggi, però dobbiamo lavorare per costruirlo. Quindi cominciamo con i coloni, poi vediamo.
Non è un no, lo prendo come un no netto.
No, adesso facciamo questo, poi le altre cose si vedranno. No?
No, we don't have the.
Especially for our southern colleagues. So I'm very sorry about that. But you know, I'm just when we have the agendas and they are so full, and then they give me the timelines. It's like, you know, I can't possibly pressure everything into these slots if we don't start earlier, because we have today a lot of very substantial topics. First, we start, of course, with Russia's war against Ukraine, and then we have a deeper discussion about the frozen assets, because we really need to have this discussion amongst ourselves about the pros and cons and the risks. And then we talk about the Middle East. A lot is happening there, so this is also quite a substantive discussion, and then also working methods, because this is what I also want to discuss with you. Remember, when I started, we had the morning breakfast on the working methods. Now I've been in the office for half a year, a bit more, so I have ideas and definitely what we can do to better, and to also listen from you. But first session, we have also our good colleagues from Norway. So Espen, where are you? There, good. Norway, we have UK, and we have Iceland. And we have our good colleague also from the European Parliament, the chair of the AFET committee, David McAllister, with us. So welcome all, and really the discussion regarding the work we do and what is happening in the war against Ukraine. I think it's extremely important to have your views as well, because we are in this together. And then, of course, I remind you that it's a Gimli format, which is, like Lars said yesterday, let's, as much as possible, ditch the papers and really talk openly. But at the same time, again, like I've told you several times, I'm super stressed by the time that, I'm not limiting your speaking time or anything like that. We don't have clocks running here like we have in FAC. see, but at the same time, I ask you to be reasonable with the time still, because we need to have proper discussions on other topics as well. And if, some are already, or, something has already been said, then of course, maybe there's no need to really repeat. Made some points here, but I really need to work on that handwriting because I can't get understanding. But anyway, yeah. So I will now give the floor to you, Lars, and then we start.
Yes. Well, thank you, Kaya, and good morning, everybody. I'm pleased to welcome you to Forum, which is the meeting location for many of our informal ministerial meetings during our presidency. Perhaps you know that we Danes pride ourselves on architecture and design, and you must say that this building might not be an architectural masterpiece by today's standard, but I think we have did a good job of hiding it, so I hope everybody will feel comfortable. And I just echo what Kaya said about the added value with these informal meetings, so I have asked that we should, be as few in the room as possible, and we also agreed that this meeting should be without any electronic devices, so if you haven't left your phones outside, I will urge you to do so we can have a very honest discussion. We are Danes. We haven't spent a lot on presidential gifts and stuff, but in front of you, you see a pen, which is not an ordinary pen or just any pen. It's made by Ukrainian bullet cases collected from the battlefield. So I hope you will appreciate this small gift. And we have, as Kaya said, a packed agenda, so I will try to limit myself. I think we have many important items on our agenda. Ukraine and the Middle East. In Ukraine, of course, we reacted swiftly and resolutely with vast support, but now we need to step up. I think it's quite obvious that Putin is dragging the time, so we need to do more to force him to the negotiating table. In the Middle East, it's no secret that we have found it much harder to act, but inaction is not an option. I contacted our colleague Gideon Saar a few days ago and called on him and Israel to reopen the medical evacuation corridor from Gaza to East Jerusalem. Also offered Danish help in treating patients from Gaza upon request. This will, of course, not bring an end to the conflict, but I think it's a way to be very concrete, putting pressure on Israel, and I hope that others will follow suit. And I'm looking forward to a discussion about that in this informal setting. I think I will limit myself to these few remarks. I'm eager to get started, and we are already running almost half an hour behind schedule. So we better get started. I hope we have a fruitful.
That's the worst place being elected. Being down Konstantinos is like being no president.
Hello, everybody. Okay.